Director Garcia?
Present.
Director Gopal Gandhi is excused for tonight. Director Herndon?
Present.
Director Leonard?
Present.
Director O'Halloran?
Present.
Director Simpson?
Present.
Vice President Taylor is also excused for tonight. President Peterson?
Present.
We have 7 present.
I will now ask the Secretary to lead us in the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. Members, please mute your devices.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I will now read our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Connecticut rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwe, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohican sovereign nations remain present to this day. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding the interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes. Esta junta escolar se transmitirá en español para aquellas personas que lo necesiten. Para escuchar esta junta en español, por favor marque el número 312-626-6799. Repito, 312-626-6799 y ponga el número de identificación o código de reunión para esta junta que es 608-130-5362. Repito, el código de identificación es 608-130-5362. Gracias. Thank you.
Gracias. Pursuant to Board Rule 1.06, this meeting is being conducted virtually. Board members may be participating in person from the Central Services Building. In order to allow as much public access and participation as possible, this meeting is being broadcast via live stream on the MPS website, on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website broadcast page. Before we move to our agenda, I will ask that we share in a moment of silence to commemorate the passing of the following members of the MPS community. Lauren Bynum, a student at Vincent High School. Lucius Harper, an MPS safety assistant. James Hartig, a retired school engineer from Lloyd Barbie Montessori. Christine Milad, a retired teacher from Morris Middle School, and Eva Martinez, a retired general assistant from Audubon Middle School. A moment of silence, please. Okay. Before we move to our agenda, I will remind the board and the public that in accordance with Board Rule 1.09, regular items of business, there will be no reports of standing committees this month. Instead, the board will give public hearing on the regular items of business to those who registered in advance. I ask all of those who are waiting to speak to please remain on the platform until you are called upon to speak. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Orders dictates that all comments should be directed to the president of the committee. Also, any questions or requests are to be directed toward the president, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. All speakers are asked to state their name and spell their last name before proceeding with their comments. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to speak. After a speaker's time is up, they may continue to follow the meeting at one of the broadcast options previously mentioned. To ensure the good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind, including inappropriate language, will not be tolerated. The president reserves the right to remove anyone engaging in such behavior from the platform. Those removed from the platform may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. However, he or she will not be allowed to rejoin the platform. Written testimony may be submitted to the Office of Board Governance, P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53201, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to the governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. For our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachment online, you may do so by visiting the meeting's agenda and minutes page on the MPS website, choosing online agenda. Now let us begin. Madam Secretary, what is our first item of business?
The first item of business on tonight's agenda is the awards and commendations, the Excellence in Education Awards.
Each month, the Board of School Directors recognizes an outstanding school, student, staff member, parent, or community member for his display of excellence, achievement, or innovation that may serve as an example to our schools and our entire community. This month, the Milwaukee Board of School Directors is proud to present the Excellent in Education Award to Vicki Turner. Vicki Turner has 16 years of experience at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee as director of Compass Guide. During this time, Ms. Turner has served as the Milwaukee Public Schools Gear Up parent coordinator during our 7-year grant timeline. Ms. Turner built relationships with Gear Up families, linking them to community events and resources, both locally and nationally, that increase their awareness and access to post-secondary opportunities and financial aid options. Ms. Vicki Turner truly embodied the Gear Up mission to impact high school graduation and post-secondary enrollment rates, and it is a community effort that requires engaging families, students, and the institutions that serve them. She has been a friend and a champion to the students, families, and staff of the Milwaukee Public Schools. The Milwaukee Board of School Directors recognizes and honors Vicki Turner for her dedication, outstanding leadership, and academic excellence. Will the superintendent please do the honors?
Stand up. Let's look at you.
Okay, thank you. Let's have a round of applause. But I also want to ask Ms. Turner to say a few words, if you so care to.
Yes, I would like to. President Peterson, members of the MPS board, and Superintendent Posley, colleagues and friends, thank you so much for your words of recognition. I am honored and humbled to receive this award. Following many years of working in Milwaukee, I began, as you mentioned, with Compass Guide. There I was able to serve families, students, and providing college knowledge and scholarship information. Moving on later to the Gear Up project, which brought information to parents of MPS students. And there were 1,000 parents that were participating in the overall project of the Milwaukee Parent Institute. These are amazing times. This also provided an opportunity to move forward with a really broad community initiative called MQ that brought together MPS, Milwaukee Area Technical College, and UWM, and with the simple goal of transforming Milwaukee through education. I just feel honored to be a part of that, and I thank you again for this wonderful award. I wish you all the best, and I know this will be the transforming time for our community. Thank you.
A round of applause again, please. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, what is the next item of business?
The next item on tonight's agenda is action on the. Thank you so very much. The next item on the agenda is action on the minutes of the June 2022 special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
Do any members of the board have corrections or minutes of the June 2022 meetings? There being no objections, corrections, the minutes are approved as presented.
So noted.
Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Yes, Mr. President, this month we have 5 communications from the superintendent. The first is that of the communication as the monthly report of the superintendent of schools. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the superintendent please present his report?
Good evening, President Peterson and members of the board. Keith Posley, Superintendent of Schools. July is the time of the year when we get a chance to reflect on all of the wonderful things that took place during the school year and how to replicate them for the following year. It is also the time to prepare and focus on the strategies we want to use and improve on. As July comes to a close, we're excited about the number of students that participated in our summer recreation programs, our meal sites, and the opening of our most recent playfield, Burnham Playfield. Even more importantly, our summer graduation that is scheduled to take place July 30th, where we are recognizing more than 100 graduates. And I invite each of you to join me in saluting our graduates on Saturday. Moving into August, we are preparing for the start of another wonderful school year. During this preparation, we will continue to enroll students, interview and hire staff, and partake in professional development for principals, returning teachers, and new teachers. That concludes my report, and my report is attached. Thank you.
Do any board members wish to make comment? Madam Secretary, I see no comments. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication?
The next communication. Mr. President, the administration has requested to present item number 3 before item number 2 in the lineup of communications.
Madam Secretary, that's fine. Please introduce item number 3.
Okay. Item number 3 is a report with possible action regarding COVID-19 health and safety protocols. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Thank you. Would the superintendent please present that report?
Good evening, President Peterson and members of the board. The purpose of this report is to provide an update and clarification regards to COVID-19 mitigation strategies in Milwaukee Public Schools. Based on the recommendations of the Milwaukee Health Department, the Milwaukee Public Schools will use the Center for Disease Control and Prevention COVID-19 community levels tool to guide mitigation steps. The CDC tools uses low, medium, or high to indicate COVID-19 levels. The CDC uses a combination of metrics that includes new COVID-19 cases and COVID-19 hospital data from the past 7 days. The attachment outlined the CDC metrics as well as the indicator that will drive the mask requirements in MPS. When Milwaukee County's COVID-19 community level is high, then masks will be required inside MPS buildings. In addition, MPS recommends the following tools to help fight COVID-19. Stay up to date on your COVID-19 vaccinations, physical distancing, test to prevent the spread to others, wash hands often and cover coughs and sneezes, clean and disinfect, quarantine as appropriate. Notify students and staff and families when close contact. The district, we will continue to notify students, staff, and families when a close contact or COVID-19 test results are positive. Students and staff who test positive will quarantine at home for 5 days and wear a mask for 5 days upon return to school or work. Testing of COVID-19 will be available at various school sites through Summit Labs for all students, staff, and family. Vaccination clinics will be offered at various school sites for all students, staff, and families. And also, we will be making sure and continuing HEPA filter units will remain in all classrooms and common spaces. Every school will continue operating an isolation room for students exhibiting symptoms. Students, staff, and families will be notified when there's a positive case in their school. All positive COVID-19 cases will continue to be documented. And students and staff who test positive will quarantine for 5 days and wear a mask for 5 days upon returning to school or work. And then also testing for COVID-19 will be available at all of our sites that I've talked about earlier. At this time, I would like to turn it over now to Dr. Tony Dinkins, who will walk us through the handout and as well as the attachment that's before you. Dr. Dinkins.
Good evening, President Peterson and members of the board. Dr. Tony Dinkins, Regional Superintendent for the East Region. Milwaukee Public Schools remains committed to prioritizing the health and safety of all of our staff and students, as well as high-quality teaching and learning. Therefore, the mask recommendation for the 2022-23 school year is aligned to what Dr. Posley said, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. When the CDC community level tool reports the metric of Milwaukee County at a low level, which is less than 10%, masks will be optional for all students and staff. When the CDC community level tool reports the metric for the Milwaukee County at a medium level, which is 10% to 19.9%, masks will remain optional for all students and staff in Milwaukee Public Schools. However, when the CDC community level tool reports the metrics for Milwaukee County at a high level, which is greater than 20%, masks will be required for all students and staff in Milwaukee Public Schools. Again, some of the additional mitigation strategies that Dr. Posley mentioned that we will use will be frequent hand washing, cleaning and disinfecting, monitoring our health daily, and quarantining at home for 5 days if infected, and to wear a mask for 5 days upon returning to school or work. In closing, we are confident that the mask recommendation, along with the additional mitigation strategies that we have in place and will continue to implement, will help keep our students and staff healthy and safe. And now we are prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
But before we do that, transition to questions, I'm going to ask Commissioner Johnson, who's with us this evening, to provide some comments. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Posley, and good evening, President Peterson and Milwaukee Board of Directors. Dr. Posley and I worked together on identifying what would be the best metrics for the city of Milwaukee for MPS. We recommended using CDC community levels for a variety of reasons, but predominantly because taking into consideration hospitalization data. It is hospitalization data from the county, but it is a reflection of what we're experiencing in the city. As many of you are aware, most people are now testing at home. So the metrics we were previously using that were previously reported on the Milwaukee Health Department website really are not a reflection of what's occurring. So we were reporting our test positivity rate and our burden rate. We know that there are a large number of cases currently in the city. The only people who are getting tested with those PCR tests are people who are either verifying a positive test at home or are critically ill or very. So again, those numbers are no longer really a good reflection of what's occurring in our community. And as a result, we recommended using the CDC community levels as metric. And I'm also available for any questions. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Just one clarification before I go to our board members. I believe what's up on the website is the 5-tiered diagram, and we should be seeing a 3-tiered diagram based on the CDC. And if somebody working with the Office of Board Governance could change that out so people can see that, I'd appreciate it. And I will now call on some members, and I'll have maybe some questions myself. Let's see.
I'm sorry, President Peterson, for
Yes.
clarity, which item needs to be changed?
It's the item, it's the attachment for this particular item. And there's two attachments, and I'm looking at the one that's says it has five tiers. I believe what we're talking about with the CDC is a 3-tiered options. So that's the one. The last number on it is 339.pdf. It's a long. There's no title on that.
Okay, we will get the corrected document from the administration and post that.
Thank
Okay,
you very
thank you.
much.
Mhm.
Okay, I think I saw my. Let's see, who's next on the.
The first speaker you have in the queue is Director Leonard, then you have Director Simpson, and then O'Halloran.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Director Leonard.
Good afternoon. I guess the first question is for the doctor from the Milwaukee Health Department. I apologize. I did not catch her name. Is it Dr. Jansen or Johnson?
Johnson.
Johnson. Thank you.
Johnson,
I apologize for that. So the purpose of this, or the result of this, should be a more streamlined and simplified process, so that it's much more easier to report to our parents and students that this is what we're going to be doing come Monday or however we look at it. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for nodding for that, because I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that's the way I saw it, and I wanted to make sure that was understood that way. I think that's a good idea to make it simple. Secondly, just a comment, but I do have to express that we're very timely with this when we communicate this to our parents. And I guess Mr. Armors will be the person that ends up picking this ball up, but I do believe that we have to make sure we do a very good job of communicating to our parents what this really is and what we're trying to do. I don't want to make something simple become confused because we're not timely on making announcements and getting the information out. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Simpson.
Thank you, President Peterson. Yes, I had the same question as Director Peterson did regarding which chart we're going to be using. We have two that are available to us right now. So just if someone could clarify which chart we're going to be sharing with our families, that would be helpful. So if Commissioner Johnson could just explain why we're using the county data, not the city data, or what might be some overlaps that might be helpful in looking at the two.
Sure. That's a really good question. And I want to comment on the timeliness too. So the CDC updates this low, medium, or high community levels on a weekly basis on a Thursday. So we will know on a Thursday. I will work with Mosley so that we can tell our families on Friday and on. So it'll be a weekly update. I suspect that we're going to be in high for a duration right now, but again, it will be timely, and we won't be in a scenario where we're taking on and off. We'll know on a Friday morning, families will be informed, and then it'll be implemented on. I think that the cadence. The reason we use county data, the reason the CDC is using county data, because that is uniform across the country. The other reason is our hospitalization data is collected at a county level. And we have large health systems in Milwaukee County and in the city of Milwaukee. So we are actually a catchment for a larger area than just the city. So the data for the city is not as stable as the county, and but it is still a reflection.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
I'll ask one more and then pass along to other committee or board members. Just wanted to question, I know the CDC recommends it, but the idea of quarantining for 5 days and then wearing a mask for 5 days. I'm just a little nervous about that with our children because they will be taking their masks off to eat, drink water throughout the day. I know there will be times when their masks are off. So I'm just a little nervous about that because I know you can still be testing positive after that 5th day, and why we wouldn't be using maybe a negative test to reinstate versus just a 5-day quarantine.
Dr. Johnson?
Sure. So there's a couple of reasons, and we have discussed this at length in our department with my epidemiologist, with my emergency response, our physician as well. So first, there's some level of confidence that by the time a child is symptomatic, they've likely had the virus for 24 hours prior. So the 5 days is all, in reality is probably close to 5 days. A lot of the data is showing that after that 5th and 6th day, the viral load that you're shedding is low enough that you wouldn't potentially infecting anyone else. And I think the key here is the strict masking upon return. Oftentimes that gets forgotten. And I recognize kids will likely be eating together and kids do take them off. I have 3 of my own, they take the masks off. But that we should have some level of comfort that if we are really strict about children wearing their masks upon return, the majority of the time, they'll be protected and protect the other.
Thank you. Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a word of thanks. I appreciate that the administration and the health department were able to get your heads together, get on the same page, and come to us with kind of a unified response or recommendation. And just say, I think there was some confusion with some of my constituents. They have asked me to vote against this. I just want to be clear that we voted unanimously to give administration the authority to make these decisions in consultation with these stakeholder groups. So at this point, I understand the recommendation is coming to us for transparency purposes, but this is, to the best of my understanding, not a vote we're taking tonight. And so I just, with all of that said, want to convey that the vast majority of the people that are coming to me and have been coming to me have been saying that they want to be mask optional for a very long time. And I felt much more resolute in my responses in the previously, where I would say, I thank you for your feedback. However, we have so few tools at our disposal. This is not something I would feel comfortable moving on. As we have more tools at our disposal, my mistake on the word. At this point, almost everybody is eligible for vaccines. And I understand that not everybody is taking that option, but that option is there. The treatment for this is much more accessible to people. There are fewer restrictions on who's allowed to get it. There's home tests. It just becomes more and more difficult for me to stand before my constituents and say, we need to continue to hold ourselves out of step with virtually every other school district. And so I am not proposing taking action on this tonight. I just want to be clear that I have seen some of my constituents leave the district over the way we have handled COVID. And I understand we're in a very difficult position, but I just want to, speak for the viewpoint that sometimes isn't elevated at this point, and just be clear that we may have a unified response tonight or recommendation, but it is not universally loved by all of my constituents.
Thank you. Director Garcia.
Yes, thank you for the information. I guess my question is more if I could hear from administration in regards to the process for communicating any of the changes. What does that look like? I know that, Commissioner Johnson mentioned that information will be available on Thursday. So let's say right now, we are high and then we switch to masking optional. What would that communication look like from the implementation side?
Administration.
President Peterson and members of the board, a great question, Director Garcia. We have been meeting and we are queued up for tonight to do a media release after we're done, as well as getting information out to each individual school, as well as any auto dialer or anything that we do on as far as pushing messages. One of the things that we have a Friday update that goes out every Friday to all of our parents. We will be making sure that that Friday update addresses these concerns as well. And we also have a package that's going to be going to all school administrators on Monday, and that will entail the our steps that we're going to take, the letters that will be interfaced in the process that we will have pass out to schools. So we have all of the letters mocked up so that they can be sent out at a time that is being sent out, and then all the update language that we have put together in our manual that goes out to the school community. So we are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we have clear, concise communications to all key stakeholders around where we're going for the upcoming school year.
Dr. Garcia, any follow-up?
Well, in regards to that, I just want to get also confirmation that face masks will still be available at school locations and sites. Like, can you just verify that and, share that with the listening audience?
Administration.
President Peterson and members of the board, yes, that is 100% correct. We have face masks. We have all of the strategies and materials in place to make sure that we have a successful opening. And also, we're prepared to make sure that all supplies are filled in each of our schools.
Any other follow-up?
No, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Herndon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question because I understand this chart, but on the other hand, I'm concerned that all parents won't necessarily understand how the schools themselves will be impacted in terms of they're already being used to school closures based on certain metrics. Where does that fit into this?
Thank you very much. Administration.
President Peterson and members of the board, one of the things that matrix that we are using is the one criteria that will close schools is that if we don't have enough staff to go forward because of the spread of the virus and we don't have staff to go forward. That is the only situation that we're looking at right now that will close schools.
Dr. Herndon, follow-up?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that the public understands that, because over the summer, I'm sure all of us have been receiving letters about, are you going to be opening and closing and opening and closing? And I want to make sure that the community understands exactly where we stand on school closing. On the other hand, will they be looking at figures other than this greater or less than 10% in terms of masking? You know, some people want to look at numbers, not necessarily percentages. So will there be a breakdown in some way, shape, or form with numbers?
Commissioner Johnson, could you address that?
Sure, thank you. So there are actually not just percentages, there are numbers on this, and we do track this on our website. And anyone can go to the CDC website, and the CDC website, DHS, Wisconsin DHS website, and our website will all be aligned with the same numbers, the same information. And so it includes the COVID case burden is one of the considerations. The total number, so not a percent, but the number of hospital admissions that are COVID positive per 100,000, and it's also a percentage of inpatient beds occupied by COVID positive. So if any one of those thresholds is met, you don't have to meet all of them. You only have to meet one. Any one of them met, that would trigger going into the high, medium. So going into the high, really. The other thing I just want to point out why these metrics are important is as we all know, the variant is changing rapidly. The thing that this catches that we wouldn't catch at burden or test positivity is if there's a variant that doesn't spread as easily, but is more severe, gets people sick, we could potentially be putting our masks on just based on those hospitals. So I think that's important to understand that. From my perspective, I twofold. I want to reduce severe illness, hospitalization depth. And then secondarily related to MPS, as an MPS parent, I think we need to use the mitigation tools we have, which masking is one, to keep our kids in school. To me, that is most important, that our schools are open.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up to that?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Director Simpson again, go ahead.
Thank you. I had a question regarding the supplies. I know last year sometimes there was sort of a little bit of a delay. Some staff reported in terms of getting supplies. Have we been as aggressive in terms of ordering the masks that we need, making sure the HEPA filters are working, just all of those things that sort of came up last year? Are we working as aggressively to make sure we have ample supplies and resources prepared for the students?
Administration.
President Peterson and members of the board, yes, Director Simpson, we are prepared and ready to go. We have our opening checklist that we're going through, making sure that all of our supplies are there, the cleanliness of the building, all of those things are in place. We have our warehouse stocked with masks and prepared to get those masks out. And we are ready. And we also have masks, to my understanding, in waiting that we have already purchased, and it's just the idea of getting them into place. So masks, and that will not be a problem at all.
Any follow-up, Director Simpson?
Just one. I know last year there was sort of a designated person who was in charge of kind of handling those requests. Is that still going to be in place?
Administration.
President Peterson and members of the board, all of our schools have a COVID coordinator at their school. And yes, we will have that in place.
Thank you.
Any other members of the board wish to make a comment or a second comment or question? Okay. Director Garcia, thank you.
Yeah, so I just had a question for Commissioner Johnson. I know you mentioned that using county data was a little bit more stable data to go from. Can you just clarify what that means? And I guess this concern is coming from obviously, the population of city of Milwaukee. Like, does that look very different if we were to use that data? Like, just walk us through like what that data difference is.
Commissioner Johnson, please.
Thank you. Twofold. One, the hospitalization data is the piece that is really most stable. So we can't break it down really by city because all of our hospitals serve the whole county and are located throughout the county. So let's say we were only going to pull hospitalization data from Aurora, for example. We have city of Milwaukee residents who are being seen at Crater, which is technically not in the city of Milwaukee. So again, looking at that hospitalization data, it's really difficult to look at it just for the city. So that's the first piece. The second piece is if you track the data as closely as we have, you see that when the city sees an increase in the total number of cases over the past 2.5 years, the county does as well. So we are, there's certainly some variation, but generally speaking, we're in lockstep. Like what's happening in the city, happening in the county, because our borders are fluid and we have students and people who cross those borders. So again, it's more that from that larger population base, we get better numbers. And really the key component.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Dr. Garcia?
No, thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions by board members? If not, I want to thank Commissioner Johnson, other people in the Milwaukee Health Department and in the administration that, as the Director O'Halloran said at the beginning, that worked together on this and will continue to work together to make sure our students are as safe as possible. And then with our students being safe, our whole community is safer as well. So thank you very much. And I will ask Madam Secretary for the next item of business.
Mr. President, before we move to the next item, I want the listening audience to be aware that the three-tiered system, the three-tiered document is up on the website, and the one with the multiple tiers has been removed.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. The next item for the board's consideration is a report with possible action regarding Kane Communications. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the superintendent please present this report?
President Peterson and members of the board. In September of 2021, Kane Communication conducted a comprehensive evaluation of MPS Department of Communication and Marketing. This evening, I have with me Earl Arms, Interim Director of Communications, along with representatives from Kane Communications to report out on their findings. At this time, I will turn it over to Earl Arms to lead us through and share this information, and also ask that our partners from Kane Communication to jump right in to support us. Earl, if you could start it off.
Appreciate it, Dr. Posey. Thank you so much. President Peterson, members of the board, Interim Director of Communications and Marketing. As Dr. Posey said, the Board of School Directors back in May requested a response for proposals to conduct an evaluation of the Department of Communications and Marketing. And as he said, September of 2021, Kane Communications responded to this request. So this report here that you'll see will provide the observations and recommendations from Kane Communications regarding the Department of Communications and Marketing and its impact within Milwaukee Public Schools. So with that said, we have Kimberly Kane and Stephanie Smith with us from Kane Communications, and I'll turn it over to them.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Earl. Dr. Posey, thank you very much, and thank you to the board. I'm Kimberly Kane, President and CEO of Kane Communications Group.
And I'm Stephanie Smith, an associate with our team. So first, we want to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to work with Milwaukee Public Schools and use our experience in marketing, communications, public relations, and employee communications to help the district to ultimately increase positive perception and build confidence among stakeholder groups in Milwaukee Public Schools. So before we walk you through the first step in our process, the audit findings report, we'll tell you a little bit about who we are.
So Kane is a purpose-driven public relations, marketing, and branding agency, and we work to build reputations and drive corporate sustainability for organizations around the world. We are based right here in Milwaukee, and we work with our clients to build faith in facts and inspire meaningful outcomes. That includes working with organizations that are very similar to Milwaukee Public Schools, including other school districts in the region, city, county, and state governments. So we recognize that marketing and communication today is undergoing tremendous change on every level. And it is difficult for government agencies and for small teams to keep up with all of these changes. That's one of the reasons that organizations do turn to us to help them first assess and analyze what they need to do internally to build a best-in-class marketing communications function that eventually can be run mostly by in-house staff. And so that is where we come in. Our team gets a chance to learn what is working and what is not working within the organizations that we're partnering with, what the capabilities of your team are, and we work to build strategic plans that are designed to achieve measurable outcomes. We also work to build strong partnerships with our clients and their teams so that we can share knowledge together back and forth, and we can share insights. In many cases, the implementation of our plans is done collaboratively, so building those strong partnerships is very important for us.
Yeah, so we'll actually get into the audit findings report today. So as you have seen, there are two versions of this report. There's a comprehensive written findings report and then a slide deck. So today we'll be walking through the slide deck, and we can actually start with the agenda. So if you actually would want to flip to the next slide, please. Thank you. As you'll see, we'll preview the scope of work, share findings report insights, and then talk about next step. Next slide, please. So in the situation overview, you can see the scope of our work with MPS and the timeline for our audit. So we have already completed phase 1 of the work, which included the project kickoff and the audit. So we are currently in phase 2 of the work, which includes activating recommendations outlined in the plan. Next slide, please. So our audit process included stakeholder interviews. We had 7 of them. A review of existing communication materials, a digital audit, and then a competitor analysis.
Okay, on the next slide, let's go ahead and get into the executive summary. Next slide. We know that an organization's strategic plan sets the direction for effective communication. one of the things we always ask is first, right up front, is do you have a strategic plan in place, and can we take a look at that? Because we know that you want your messaging and you want your internal and external communications to really be aligned with your strategic plan to help you achieve those strategic goals. In MPS's current strategic plan, there are 5 priorities for success with district activities that we understand are designed to increase academic achievement and accountability, to improve district and school culture, develop MPS staff, ensure fiscal responsibility and transparency, and also strengthen communication and collaboration. On the next slide, we want to show you part of our process for the audit itself. So as part of that comms audit, we assess 22 critical communications practices, processes, and methods using a practice maturity scale. The scale helps us measure not only whether these critical practices are in place, but where your organization stands in terms of its performance within these communications disciplines. We look at whether the practice is performed or not, if it's ad hoc, operationalized, or optimized. And the reason this is so important for us to do on the front end before we get into strategic communications planning is you don't want us to duplicate the wheel or reinvent the wheel. We want to know what's in place, what's working really well so that we can capitalize on that, and what may not be in place at this point that we may need to dig in just a little bit more deeply or add some additional research. So these audits up front are so important before we begin putting together a strategic comms plan. On a scale of 1 to 3, with 3 being optimized, our audit found that MPS fell right around the midpoint with a 1.3 score. That's again out of 3. For our report, after assessing those 22 critical practices, we grouped our findings into 4 categories. These were major themes through the audit. Those categories include a communication strategy, where we evaluated the use of strategy in communications and planning, tools for communications plans themselves, training for your comms team members, consistency of messaging across communications. We took a look at your communication materials and messages, evaluating how the materials and content are developed and used, including the use of brand standards, marketing materials, digital and social platforms, and key audiences or key messaging. We took a look at external and internal communications. We evaluated internal and external comms, including the coordination between these 2 functions, which is really vital to building your brand and protecting your reputation. We also took a look at media relations. And then we look at reputation risk management. In this category, we evaluated preparedness and readiness to manage reputation risk during a developing or crisis situation. So on the next slide, we share a high-level summary of what we learned. So in the executive summary, we found that MPS has countless positive student, school, and program stories to share. There are so many of them. Developing and working from a content calendar and a strategic communications plan is going to be important for helping MPS prioritize what stories should be told and establish a cadence for proactively highlighting these stories. I found that MPS has strong leaders at its helm. Current and prospective parents, staff, and members of the public would like to see and hear from these leaders more often, especially during times of celebration, when positive things are happening, and when there's a crisis. These audiences want information quickly, and they want it straight from the source. Strategic planning, defined processes, and documentation are key. So as staffing changes do occur, you want to make sure that you have document libraries, paper trails left for successors, and make sure that you're prioritizing filling that chief of communications and school performance position. That will help give the department more structure, give the department more guidance. There's currently no coordination right now, or very little coordination between internal and external communications. The weekly internal and external newsletters are appreciated and valuable to MPS stakeholders. Our audit found you want to leverage the metrics from these newsletters to create more customized content that resonates with MPS's various stakeholder groups. We also learned that MPS has a strong digital presence compared to its competitors. You're doing a lot on social media and your digital platforms. There are opportunities to engage followers more and also consider diversifying your content strategy across these platforms to reach more people.
And if we go into the next slide, we can actually look at some specific observations and recommendations. So on the next slide, our first recommendation from the audit was to use a strategic approach to develop communication plans and templates that are based on research, include goals and objectives, and address MPS target audience group. So on the next slide, we can break that down even further and look at some more observations here. So MPS leaders are eager to do more and highlight the great work of MPS, but without a strategic communications plan, the work tends to lack direction, is more ad hoc and reactive. There are opportunities to create more customized messages based on MPS's various target audiences. MPS has so many great stories, like Kimberly was sharing earlier, that to tell and staff and teachers and parents are hungry for this positive human interest stories. Another observation was that competitor schools have increased their communications and recruitment efforts, and it's impacting MPS's current and prospective target audiences. The last observation we found was that the fundamentals within the MPS brand book do exist, but the communications department does not always or know where or how to access and utilize these guidelines. So some of the recommendations that we're providing would be to provide training to MPS leadership on goal setting and plan development to create consistency across departments and ensure strategies can be measured and evaluated. Conduct primary and secondary audience research to learn more about MPS's target audiences. Another recommendation would be to develop shorter 6-month communication plans, specifically focused on important school milestones such as enrollment, and then to really clarify the MPS brand positioning with the communications department and provide a training workshop with the team on how to implement the brand guidelines.
The next slide takes a look at our second recommendation, which is to create a streamlined and documented process that allows for the timely approval of communications and an expedited review for time-sensitive matters. Ensure that the MPS crisis communications plan is in place. The next slide goes into our observations and our recommendations as well. So we found that a multi-layered approval process can delay the distribution of MPS communications, which can lead to the media and the public creating their own narratives. Sometimes they learn about this information from the media before they learn about it from the school district, and that causes some frustration. Internal and external communications are really not consistently coordinated today. So internal stakeholders even learn about developments from the media and from others before they're learning it directly from MPS. Decisions about external announcements are sometimes made without a communications specialist present to advise on communications best practices. Sometimes it's nice to have a comms leader at the table when difficult decisions are being discussed. That individual can think about how target audience members may react or respond, and they may elevate ideas around risks to communicating it or how we communicate it properly to manage risk. In terms of recommendations, we believe that a streamlined process, so streamline the communications approval process and establish turnaround timeframes to ensure the deadlines are met and that information can get out quickly. You want to develop approved holding statements in advance that can be distributed immediately during times of crisis and update this document continuously as new situations arise. Sometimes scenario planning can help with this, where you lay out all the potential scenarios and develop those key messages in holding statements. Hopefully you don't have to use them, but occasionally you do. And during a crisis, we know that time is really of essence. Establish goals focused on timely dissemination of information and review your goals in the approval process quarterly just to measure effectiveness and see how everyone's doing with it.
So then our third recommendation would be to identify select spokespeople and provide media training so they are able to communicate timely MPS information with the public and priority stakeholder audiences. So again, going into the next slide, we can look at our observations here, which are proactive storytelling and frequent and timely information sharing are really vital to increase trust in MPS communications. Spokespeople are prepped ahead of media opportunities, but they are not fully media trained. The district could benefit from consistent overarching organizational key messages shared with spokespeople and key stakeholders who routinely speak about the district. And then another observation was that the board may benefit from an onboarding kit that shares district key messages, holding statements for when they're contacted by media. So then some of our recommendations would be to identify MPS spokespeople with specific topics and conduct a media training workshop with them. Establish these reoccurring media appearances for MPS spokespeople, and then really fill posted positions, add additional support to support MPS communications and reputation management. We also recommend to update the MPS crisis communications plan, and then use social listening to monitor the MPS brand messaging and competition.
Our fourth recommendation on the next slide is that you take a close look at the MPS brand book and update the brand book and guidelines, as well as activating the MPS brand throughout the district and in the schools in content, visuals, through experiences as well, and build that MPS culture. On the next slide, we have observations and recommendations. The MPS brand book that we took a look at is actually missing some very important elements, including brand personality, a brand positioning statement, your brand promise, brand messaging. These are core aspects of a brand. On-brand behaviors, as well as your audience needs. The brand guidelines could offer more direction on voice, tone, and graphic standards. Marketing material samples in the brand guidelines document are very text heavy, and they sometimes lack visual consistency. So in terms of recommendations, we would like to see MPS develop standardized templates for staff to create more brand consistency across district content and materials. Create annual marketing template toolkits for the district and its schools that they can use. Conduct audience-driven research to understand how MPS's target audiences perceive MPS as a brand. Establish audience personas and develop customized messages to resonate, to really connect with each of your key audiences. And then develop that MPS brand activation strategy.
So then our fifth and final recommendation here is to provide user-friendly and engaging digital experiences on the MPS website, including a content strategy focused on positive stories that are then shared across all social channels. So looking at the observations and recommendations. So an observation we made was that the MPS website is comprehensive, though it can be at times challenging to navigate. Parents and prospective parents turn to schools instead of the district website to find information, and this bogs down the school administrative staff. Another observation was MPS has a strong social media presence, though they could benefit from more diversified content and platform strategy. So then looking at our recommendations, we recommend MPS to hire a digital media manager who will oversee the MPS website and lead all social media content strategy. We also recommend MPS to consider paid social media strategies with targeted content to current and prospective parents to ensure information is reaching the right people at the right time. We also consider creating an MPS TikTok account to reach more students and parents, keep them engaged. Another recommendation would be to create more student and teacher video spotlights on social media to increase that platform engagement. And then a final recommendation we have for this observation is to update and maintain Superintendent Posley's LinkedIn in alignment with his Twitter presence.
So let's take a look at some next steps. And some of these next steps are already in motion. On the next slide, getting into plan development. We want to develop marketing communication plans with goals and objectives based on key MPS strategic priorities and initiatives, a 6-month plan along with a 1-year and a 3-year plan. We want to use MPS's foundational brand elements of mission, vision, and core values to shape strategy, relationship building, and engagement, and in communications. There's some research that we're recommending we do ahead of that in order to really refine our core values and develop those on-brand behaviors. So that's part of the plan development next steps. Developing templates for communication plans that can serve as a guide for plan development and reviewing the newsletter metrics and providing content recommendations based on information and stories that perform best. Those stories that perform really well, we want to understand why and look at how we can tell more stories that way.
So then looking on to the next slide, we talk about media relations then and next steps for that. So one would be the proactive storytelling. So develop a 6-month media relations plan with bold and proactive pitches tied to MPS goals. Provide on-site, on-demand strategic media relations support, more boots on the ground. Leverage these proactive stories to update the MPS homepage then. And then another thing we would look at for next steps would be spokesperson media coaching. So to develop a media training materials for select MPS department chiefs to really build their confidence speaking with media, and then to conduct a media training workshop for MPS department leaders, and then create messaging that ties to MPS goals with proof points and introduce messaging to MPS leaders and community partners.
And then on the next slide, we take a look at the MPS brand standards. We want to collaborate with MPS to identify opportunities to enhance the brand language, including the development of an MPS brand platform, updating or refreshing our brand standards guidelines, and providing templates then for more consistency across content. We'd like to see, flyers, social media graphics, email concepts, all put out consistently. And we recommend, developing templates that the MPS marketing team can use and share with schools to provide more visual consistency and marketing materials, and provide training to the schools on how to use MPS brand language and standards. And the final slide is a thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity to present this report. Again, there's more detail in a PDF version of a written report that I believe is also connected to this item in the agenda. So we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask if the administration had anything else to contribute before we turn over to questions or comments by the board. Administration?
President Peterson, members of the board, Earl Arms, Interim Director of Communications and Marketing. I'd just like to thank Kimberly and Stephanie for their work in this. It is a work in progress, still happening. And they're working with not only myself, but our staff as well. And with the purpose of certainly improving communications, not only within the district, but outside. We certainly want our families and our students to know all the great things that we are doing, and to make sure that they're up on any information that's needed, including, mask mandates or, anything that may need to get out quickly. So appreciate the work, and certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. And I would also like to thank Kane Communication and the work that you're doing. It's pretty exciting. I think a lot of us have felt for some time the need to really buckle down and improve our communication strategies. So thank you. Director Herndon. You're muted, Director Herndon. There you go.
Yes, I too would like to thank Kane Communications. As they read through this, and as I read through this, most of the board members, if not all, have been asking for such a study. And I'm certainly excited. My question specifically is, how do we make sure all of this gets put in place and executed? The other thing is performance measures to make sure that it's done and completed in a proper way.
Kane Communications, would you like to comment on that? And then we get to administration, or vice versa? It doesn't matter to me.
I'm happy to start. I know that there's a commitment on the part of the school district, and that's why they've brought us on board. I think working very collaboratively with you the way we have is a very important first step. I think the transparency of communication that we have is also very important. We know that improving communications is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. And it starts with doing the heavy lifting that we have here on the front end, and then deciding that we're going to take a very methodical approach to implementing then what we've learned. So I think we'll be working very closely with Earl on prioritizing what we can do each step of the way so that his team is not overwhelmed, but that we can actually create processes that are sustainable. So you don't have an agency coming in and doing great work and then leaving, and then the team left wondering, well, now how do we get started and what do we do next? Our goal is to ensure that you have a sustainable process, and we'll be working very closely with Earl on that.
Thank you. Administration, any comment?
President Peterson and members of the board, one of the things that we're looking at is this whole thing of planning out. You saw the thing with 6 months plan, looking at how do you plan out the 6 months, how do you plan out the whole year, and check and balances of what we are doing as we move through, making sure that we are getting jobs posted as well as assignments filled in order to continue to cover the work. Along with that is to make sure that we're rolling out right at the beginning of the year a very aggressive evaluation process. So, Mr. Arm.
President Peterson, members of the board, Earl Arms, Interim Director of Communications. Certainly we want to continue that work, but do so in a way, as Dr. Posley mentioned, and also as Kimberly mentioned, in a way that's going to be sustainable. We have positions that we need filling. There's a bit of turnover happening, so we're working through that. But at the same time, we have a staff that's working hard, even as we speak, as far as getting communications out, and things are slowly but surely improving. But as Kimberly mentioned, it's not going to happen overnight. This is something that has to be a work in progress, because if it changes overnight, then it could change back overnight. So, we want to make sure that this is something that is sustainable and something that's going to last a long time.
Thank you. Director Leonard.
Yeah, thank you. Very thorough. I'm very impressed by this. First of all, it's simple enough to grasp, and it matches the it matches the experiences and observations that I think all of us as board members have been speaking to for quite some time. So just thank you. I don't have any questions. I'm looking forward to looking at some of the results that come from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I have two questions. So the first one is related to the sustainability. I was just curious as to where do we see this report, these findings falling within our strategic planning process that's happening, concurrently. I know that a lot of the pieces that we're trying to get at have to do with the alignment piece. And I don't know, maybe this is a larger question that we're still working with, but just wanted to make sure that we, kept that process that's happening in the spirit of alignment, I suppose.
Administration, why don't you take a crack on that one first?
President Peterson and members of the board, one of the things that, we're in the process right now of a strategic plan, district-wide strategic plan that we're working on. And Dr. Mel is leading up that particular work, that body of work, and also have brought in the communication department to be partners within this as we move forward. But looking at all of the our strategic plan that we're currently operating off of, how do we bring all those tenets together and make sure that everything is moving forward in a cohesive format? And so that is going to be work on the way, process that's in process now. And we will continue that work throughout until we are able to submit a final strategic plan to the board.
And does anybody with Kane care to comment on that interwoven relationship with strategic plan and our strategic plan with communication?
Sure. I guess I will point out under the 5 priorities of success in the current strategic plan, strengthening communications and collaboration is one of the current priorities for the district. That's very exciting for us at Kane because we are such a strategic organization. So we're working very closely with administration, specifically in that area. And part of that work will be pulling in the other 4 areas that are strategic priorities currently. Central to the work that we're doing with the team is making communications a strategic function for Milwaukee Public Schools. So the administration and our team have talked about the strategic plan that is currently in development for Milwaukee Public Schools, and ensuring that the work that we're doing then aligns with the results of that strategic plan, and then enables administration and the communications team to communicate the new strategic priorities, and again, continue to make communications a strategic function at MPS is part of the work that we'll be focused on.
Thank you very much. Director Garcia, any follow-up?
No, not in relation to that, but thank you. It's great things to hear. And, my other comment was in regards to, I guess, like the accessibility portion of things. So going into the media training, just making sure that we're planning for specifically like Spanish media training. I know, for example, when we went to the opening of the playground, we were kind of scrambling to who can fill in a Spanish language interview. So just making sure that that's always, prioritized, that that's something that we are, integrating into the strategies that we are trying to do to ensure that we're inviting the different language media opportunities that are out there, just so that we can continue to reach, our messages across, I don't know, like markets, however we want to call that. So yeah, just wanted to elevate that.
I see a lot of heads shaking. Anybody care to comment from the administration or Kane?
President Peterson and members of the board, yes, that is something that we are taking in and making sure that we are able to address on each event that we sponsor as a district.
Okay. Director go ahead.
I will only note that we are working closely to identify those spokespeople, and yes, multilingual media training will be an important part of what we do.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Simpson.
Thank you. Yes, diversity of language and diversity in our students is one of our strengths that deserves to be highlighted and showcased. So I was really excited when you kind of in your presentation focused a lot on the stories that MPS has to tell. Those are always our most powerful moments when we're witnessing them and seeing them presented. My colleague kind of asked some of the other questions I have, but I do want to give a little shout out for TikTok. I'm glad you raised that. A lot of our families are much younger than at least some of us sitting on the board are, myself included. And I know that TikTok is, has a large presence. And another board I sit on, they recently kind of started using TikTok, and some of their views and likes have gotten up to almost 1 million. So I think that can be I'm just glad to see that you brought that in. So just thank you for the work. I'm excited to see what happens, and I look forward to receiving updates back to the board to let us know how it's going. So thank you.
Great. Any other thank you. Any other comments from board members or from anyone else? Okay, well, I want to thank again Kane Communications for the hard work you've done, and I think I can speak for the board. We look forward to continuing our work with you and especially with our media department. So thanks again, and we look forward to great things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, what's the next communication?
The next communication is action on a technical amendment for contract number C030669. At the request of the administration, this item is being withdrawn from the board's consideration to seek guidance from the city attorney's office.
Okay, very well. What is the next communication?
The next communication is action on a technical amendment for transportation contracts. The recommendation is that the board approve the technical amendments to clarify the potential dollar amount in the event that all of the buses quoted would be operational and dedicated to MPS as outlined in each of the attachments to this item.
Would the superintendent please present this item?
Yes, President Peterson and members of the board, this evening we're requesting a technical amendment related to transportation contracts. I have Ms. Janine Adamczyk, Director of Procurement and Risk Management to review the technical amendment. Upon her review, we'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Janine?
President Peterson, members of the board, Janina Domchik, Director of Procurement and Risk Management. On May 26th, the board approved the award of professional services contracts for transportation related to regular school busing in the total amount of $72,994,029.56. At this meeting, the transportation contracts included an operation surcharge of $30 for buses that exclusively service the MPS district and its students daily. While the surcharge was listed on each contract and identified, the attached board item summary did not note the amounts. This was done because the contract estimated not to exceed compensation amount was anticipated to be enough to cover the basic bus contract, and the operations surcharge amount for each bus company, due to the current number of buses servicing the district, would not be at the maximum number listed on each contract. However, the request should have been for the maximum amount achievable on the contract. If each contractor is able to fulfill their allotment of buses, we may exceed the amount of $72,994,029.56. This additional amount would be $3,533,250 for a potential total spend of $76,527,279.56. Therefore, we're asking for the approval of this technical amendment to clarify the potential dollar amount in the event all buses quoted by the respective bus companies would be operational and dedicated to MPS. We are not asking for any additional money at this time. We are just asking to clarify the contracts that were approved, that in the event all buses would be allotted as originally quoted, there is a potential to exceed the amount, but at this time we don't anticipate exceeding the original amount of $72,994,029.56. We're happy to answer any questions.
President Peterson? Director
Director-
O'Halloran is in the queue.
Director O'Halloran, yes.
If board approval is necessary for this item, I would be happy to make a motion to adopt administration's recommendation. I do have a question before, we call the motion or whatever, call the question. What is the likelihood? We're saying like this is a potential. Do we have a sense for what the likelihood is that it would reach? Are we 60% sure this would come to fruition?
Administration.
Director O'Halloran, President Peterson, members of the board, David Solik, Fife-Eric, Director of Business and Transportation Services. In an optimal state, we would be operating 750 buses. We're at about 600 buses. Maybe we get to 650. So I'd like to give you I'd like to say 5%, but the likelihood is very, very low. Something really extraordinary would have to happen for us to get to that place, like extraordinary. So I fully anticipate that we will never reach that threshold in FY23.
Okay. Director O'Halloran, I'll consider that you made a motion for approval of this technical amendment to the transportation contracts. We need a second on that motion, I believe. Director Leonard, thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I believe Director Garcia had her hand up first to second.
Oh, okay.
I know you
fine.
can't see it because
I don't
it's
see
all
everybody.
over the screen.
Right. Okay, we'll have to go. Director Garcia will have the official seconder. Any other discussion? Okay, will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Director Garcia, to approve the technical amendment for transportation contracts as outlined in the attachments to this item. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Herndon,
Aye.
Director Leonard,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Simpson,
Aye.
and President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Office of Board Governance?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have the monthly communication from the Office of Board Governance, the legislative report, which this is an informational item. And although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Okay. Good. Please present that report.
Mr. President, that report is attached, and if board members have questions, we can get those over to Mr. Castillo.
Okay, thank you very much. Does any board member wish to make a comment? Okay, see none. Madam Secretary, are there any reports?
That is Director Leonard. I'm sorry, it's in the queue.
Director Leonard.
Just a quick comment. Chris Steele and I have had a chance to talk about this portion on and off. We saw each other just recently, just by chance. When he talked about how much money we are not receiving over the course of time, just in the last 2 years, I think he was right. Out of the $5.6 billion surplus, I just say this for public comment, just so that they're aware of it. For the city of Milwaukee Public Schools, that would be $76 million. That's how much more revenue we would have. But because we want to use it as a tax deferment, I call it tax deferment. It's to hold off the tax levy. It's not being used by our students, not being given to us. I don't know. It bothers me to no end. It bothers me every day and every night. It's egregious. So I'm just going to make that comment. I find that to be damaging to our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that and agree with you. Any other comments? Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have the monthly report with possible action on the activities from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. And this is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Accountability and Efficiency please present the item?
Thank you, President Peterson. Matt Chase in the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. In the interest of expediency, that item is before we have to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Director Carr, did I see your hand up? Did you want to comment?
No, it was an accident.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else wish to comment? Okay, let's move on. Madam Secretary, what's our next item of business?
Mr. President, we are now on the regular items of business.
Okay. As previously stated, there will be no reports of standing committees this month pursuant to Board Rule 1.091. Madam Secretary, what's the next regular item?
Item number 1 is action on the monthly personnel matters, action on classified personnel transaction, action on the certificated appointments, action on leaves of absence, the report on certificated resignation and classified retirements, and the affirmative action report. The recommendation is that the board approve the promotions, appointments, and leaves as listed in the attachments to this item to be effective upon board approval.
Will the administration please present the item?
President Peterson and members of the board, we're asking for your approval of the monthly personnel and reporting items before you. Adria Matalini is here with me this evening, and between the two of us, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Board members wish to make any comments or ask questions? Madam Secretary, do we know if there's any members of the public who wish to make comment?
We do have Director O'Halloran
Yep. Okay, we'll go
prepared
first.
to make a comment on item number 1.
Okay, Director O'Halloran.
Well, I was just going to make a motion that we approve administration's recommendation for promotions, appointments, and leaves as listed in the attachments to the items.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion? I'm not seeing everybody, so let me see if I can.
I'll second that. This is Director Simpson.
Thank you very much. Okay. Does anybody want to comment on that? Did you say there's one public speaker on this item?
Mr. Chair, there are no requests for public testimony on this item.
Okay. Well, what's the pleasure of the board with respect to this? We have a motion and a second. No further discussion. Let us have the secretary call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Director Simpson, to move approval of the administration's recommendation relative to the monthly personnel matters. Director Carr.
You're muted, Director Carr.
I think she's trying to. Okay, we'll come back. Try full screen and then go out and it'll pop up at the bottom. Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director Carr?
Aye.
Thank you. Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Simpson?
Aye.
And President Peterson?
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 2. Action on recommended administrative appointments, promotions, reassignments, and reclassifications, salary increases and decreases, and limited term employment contracts exceeding 60 days. The recommendation is that the board authorize the promotions, reassignments, the decreases and increases in salaries, and the appointments to the classifications indicated in the attachments to this item to be effective as indicated after the board's approval.
Administration, please present the item.
President Peterson and members of the board, we are requesting your approval of the item as outlined in this month's with administrative appointments, promotion, reclassification, salary adjustments, and LTE contract. Adria Maddalini is here, and she would provide some additional information at this time. Adria?
Thank you, Dr. Posley. President Peterson, members of the board, Adria Maddalini, Chief Human Resources Officer. Wanted to bring your attention, we have an updated appointment list before you. We have some last minute additions for some school-based positions that we want to make sure go this month. You know, July is a very important month for administrative appointments because we want to have school-based administrative staff in place for the start of the school year. So we have been burning the midnight oil, and I want to give a big thanks to all the school-based interview teams, the department interview teams, my Office of Human Resources, the staff has really worked hard to get all these names in front of you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Do board members?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just so that you're aware, you do have public testimony on this item. I'm not sure if you want to go to that before board member comments.
What's the desire? It looks like some board members want to speak.
I had asked for this item to be set aside. I don't know if this is
Director Simpson.
Director
Mann. I'm not sure when that happens.
So at this point, so because all of the board items under regular items of business are up for discussion, there would not be a need to set it aside. If there's a specific motion that board members would like to make, we can do that. I have been notified that a board member intends to make a motion on this item to go into closed session to discuss. But that happens after the public testimony, if that is the desire.
Thank you for that clarification.
So let's go to public testimony next, so we take care of that. And then
so noted.
We'll get back to the queue.
Thank you. The first speaker on the platform is Anita Alfaro. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. I will just check really quick to see where we are with the participants in the queue to make sure that everyone is on the platform who is wishing to speak. Anita Alfaro.
Hi, this is Anita Alfaro. It's Alfaro.
Thank you.
I just wanted to welcome. Actually, I just heard though this might go into a closed session. But I'm a parent from Rufus King High School, and we just wanted to welcome and say how excited we are for the new administrator that is going to be starting off the school year at Rufus King. So we just wanted to actually, there's a bunch, I know that there were a few other parents that had reached out, and we just kind of wanted to say, you know, we're very excited to have a strong leader at that school, because that school can do amazing things, and we can't wait to see what she all has in store for this coming school year.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker on the platform is Alicia Walker. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Alicia Walker, spelled Walker.
Thank you.
I do not know what this is about with respect to going into closed session, but I am very hopeful that what the parents and those that worked very hard to make sure that we chose the right people to lead Rufus King will be doing exactly that. I do hope you have a quorum for all of the items that you are voting upon today. I come to you as a parent of 2 Rufus King International Baccalaureate High School students, a pharmacist that has tested positive with COVID-19 for the first time as of 3 p.m. today, and as president of the School Engagement Council at Rufus King. I would like to speak today because I feel it is important for the public, students, parents, and the administration to know that we want these students to be instilled with an attitude of perseverance. It is my understanding from other parents that a particular candidate was chosen. This candidate will lead, hold, flourish, and persevere as the new principal of Rufus King International High School. I welcome this candidate and pledge to support her in all that she brings to the students of Rufus King. We wish her well, and we hope for a long, stabilizing time for her and the students of Rufus King. And I thank you all.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Debbie Keither. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Debbie Keither is what? Please state your name. It looks like the microphone is muted. There we go. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Deb Keither, last name is K-U-E, T as in Thomas, H-E-R. And I'm speaking tonight against the superintendent's recommendation for the Director of Remote Work 1 position. The individual that is listed for this role continues to receive preferential treatment by this superintendent. You just got done speaking about how Milwaukee needs money, and you are recommending an extra $27,000 salary for this person's position. That is over the highest range, $27,000 over the highest range for that job description. It makes absolutely no sense. This is a different standard of treatment. Was this newly created job even posted? Did anyone apply for it or get interviewed? This is another example of the superintendent abusing his power and providing a different standard of treatment for a particular person.
Mr. Chair.
This
Yes,
board is
excuse
full
me.
aware of the employment history of this
I would ask
person.
that
He
we
just
cut
got
the
done.
conversation.
So stop using taxpayer
Okay,
money to
thank you. Mr. Chair, that completes the public testimony on this item.
Thank you. Committee members. What's the wish? I did hear that somebody has asked to go into executive session. Is that true, Director Mann?
Yes, we did have, I'm sorry, something's going on with my computer. We did have a request to set this item aside for consideration, and that would actually happen in closed session. So if that is the desire, we would need a motion with the exception to be read into the record, and then the board could consider going into closed session.
So should I read that at this time?
If we receive a motion.
Okay. Does anyone care to make a motion?
You have Director Carr, Director Simpson,
Okay.
and then Director Heller.
Director Carr.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to move into executive session.
Thank you. Does that need a second, Madam Secretary?
Yes, that would need a second.
And Director Herndon. You're muted.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's been made and seconded that we go into executive session. Is it now time for me to read this paragraph?
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to retire to executive session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 1985 1C, which allows a governmental body to retire to executive session for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. The board may reconvene in open session to take action on the matter considered in executive session and or to continue with the remainder of its agenda. Can I just ask, can we plan on going through the rest of the agenda? Because we have, I think, some public speakers who want to comment on other items, and then do this at the end of the meeting. Is there objection? Is there objection to that? Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
You do have, I understand that there are individuals speaking on items, and you also have about 4 pages of individuals who are looking at the administrative appointment item as well, waiting for a decision on that. So it is up to you how you wish to proceed. If you would like this delayed to the end of the meeting, we can go through the agenda and then come back to this item, or you can go into closed session and come back out and continue with the agenda.
Okay, how about can you tell us which items have, is it possible to note which items have public input and we could take those first and then move?
Mr. Chair, you do have a motion and a second on the table to retire to closed session. You would need to dispense with that motion, or if the motion was withdrawn, you could consider something else.
Okay, and who was the maker of the motion? That was
Director Carr, seconded by Director Herndon. And I believe Director Herndon has her hand up.
Okay, Director Herndon.
I feel we should go ahead as planned and that people are waiting.
Okay, when you say go ahead, you mean retired executive session?
Exactly.
Okay, I just,
you have Director O'Halloran.
Director O'Halloran.
I agree. I think we should just go to executive session, dispense with the item, and move forward with the meeting.
Okay, let us take the vote.
On Director Carr's motion, seconded by Director Herndon, to retire to executive session pursuant to Wisconsin statute, section 19.85, parent 1, parent C, which allows a governmental body to retire to executive session for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. On the motion as read into the record, Director Carr. It looks like there we go.
Aye.
Thank you. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
And President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. The motion passes.
At this time, the board will retire to executive session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.851C, which allows a governmental body to retire to executive session for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. The board may reconvene in open session to take action on matters considered in executive session or to continue with the remainder of its agenda. The board may reconvene in open session to take action on the matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board will adjourn from the closed session. Will the secretary please note the time?
Given that there is remaining items on the agenda, the board would dispense with the item and then continue with its agenda. The time is so noted. So at this time, I'm sorry, Director Simpson, do you have a question?
I think you were just about to say what I needed to hear.
Yes, board members should mute your mics.
The board meeting of Milwaukee Board of School Directors will once again come to order. The board had retired to executive session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute Section 19.851C, which allows a governmental body to retire to executive session for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. What is the pleasure of the board in regard to matters discussed in executive session? Director O'Halloran.
Yes, I move to approve item number 2, administrative appointments with the salary for the position of remote work director to be at the starting salary range of a director 1 position, which is $97,775.
Is there a second for that motion? Director Simpson?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just for clarity, and that is with the revised administrative appointments attachment list, right?
Correct.
So noted.
Will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion as read into the record by Director O'Halloran, which moves approval of item number 2, administrative appointments with the salary for the position of remote work director to be at the starting salary range of a director 1 position, which is $97,775, with the appointments to be approved as outlined in the revised attachment with this adjustment. On the motion as read into the record, Director Carr. I think
You're muted, Director Carr.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, before I state my position, I want to say that my decision is solely based on the remote work director 1 position. I think it is fiscally irresponsible. It is an insult to everyone that's been impacted by the individual who have served in this or a previous position and is now being promoted or demoted to this position. I think it is a breach of trust.
Director Carr.
Absolutely insulting and embarrassing and dishonorable. And as a result of that, my vote is no.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
And President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, 1 no. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 3, action on a request to approve submission of the Head Start transportation waiver for the 22-23 school year. The recommendation is that the board approve the submission of the attached 22-23 Head Start transportation waiver.
Will the administration please present the item?
President Peterson and members of the board, we're requesting your approval of the item as related to the Head Start transportation waiver for the 2022-23 school year. I have with me Joanne Williams, Head Start program supervisor, to share this item, and after which we'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Posley. Good evening, President Peterson and members of the committee. I am Joanne Williams, Head Start Program Supervisor. Also here tonight with me is David Solik-Pfeiffer, Director of Transportation. Tonight, we're presenting the Head Start Transportation Waiver for board approval. The Head Start program is seeking approval to provide transportation services to Head Start students in the 3- and 4-year-old program who request or need transportation to and or from school in the 22-23 school year. MPS currently transports at most 1,114 students pre-pandemic Head Start 3- and 4-year-olds safely to and from school. The same quality of service as in previous years will continue to be provided for Head Start students in the upcoming school year. In order to implement the service, the administration is requesting approval to submit the attached transportation waiver, which seeks waivers of the following Head Start performance standards.
Child safety restraints requirements, 45 CFR 13.10.11 A, 3 and 4-year-old students only, and bus monitor requirement, 45 CFR 1310.15 C1, 3-year-old and 4-year-old students as well. Equitable access to education opportunities is a guiding principle of MPS. The requested waiver will allow all families access to the Head Start services regardless of the transportation circumstances. Equitable access to Head Start resources for all families through the provision of the quality and dependable transportation furthers the MPS commitment to a single standard of care for all students. With the approval of the transportation waiver in the FY14 school year, MPS Head Start experienced a 7.9 increase in attendance as compared with FY13. The average program attendance rate increased from 87.1 to 90.7 to date. It is our experience that Head Start enrollment and attendance will continue to trend upward if transportation services are continued. Additionally, by offering transportation to all students, families would be able to ride buses together rather than Head Start children being separated from their siblings. MPS is committed to the standard of care for all children, and we believe that our long history of transporting Head Start 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds students specifically demonstrates our ability to successfully add the additional Head Start students to our current transportation plan. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding the transportation waiver for the 22-23 school year.
You have Director
Yes.
Halloran. Thank you.
Director Halloran.
Thank you. I move approval of administration's recommendation that the board approve the Head Start transportation waiver.
Do I have a second? Director Garcia. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I ask the secretary to recall the roll.
There's no request for public testimony on this item.
Thank you.
On Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Director Garcia, moving approval of the request for submission of the Head Start transportation waiver for the 22-23 school year. Director Carr?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Simpson?
Aye.
And President Peterson?
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 4, which is action on a request for approval of a job description for the Coordinator 1 of Community Literacy. The recommendation is that the board approve the job description as attached to this item.
Will the administration please present this item?
President Peterson and members of the board, we are requesting your approval on the job description before you for the Coordinator 1 Community Literacy position. Adrian Matalini is here with me this evening and want to make some comments in regards to this position, and after which we've been more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Adrian.
Thank you, Dr. Posley, President Peterson, members of the board, Adrian Matalini, Chief Human Resources Officer. Just want to mention we're very excited to bring forward this job description. This position, their major task is going to focus on the management of the mobile pop-up bookshop, which will include programming and outreach as well. So we're hoping to get your approval tonight so we can fill it as soon as possible. And as Dr. Posley indicated, we'll be able to answer any questions you may have.
First of all, Madam Secretary, are there any members of the public that wish to make comment?
Mr. Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Okay, do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Simpson.
Thank you. This sounds like an exciting program. I would love to hear more about it, but I would like to also just move approval of this item. But if there are any additional details that can be brought forward to us at a later date or some updates, it would be really exciting to hear and see more about this.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Director O'Halloran.
I second.
Okay, sounds like a good potential story for the conversation that was held around the communication improvements.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is that a motion? Where's the superintendent's conference room making a motion to speak?
I'm
Sorry, I
sorry.
saw some moving around. I didn't know.
Superintendent or your staff, do you wish to speak?
President Peterson and members of the board, we will be more than happy to draft up something and get to each of the board members in regards of the exciting things around this position as well.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from board members? Okay. So, Dr. Mann, can you call the roll?
On Director Simpson's motion, seconded by Director O'Halloran, moving approval of the job description for the Coordinator 1 Community Literacy position as requested by the administration. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 5, which is action on resolution 2223R-7 by Directors Peterson and Herndon regarding climate justice. President Peterson has indicated that he intends to offer a motion to discharge the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget from further consideration of the resolution. The recommendation is that the board determine the action it wishes to take with respect to this resolution.
Okay, so this time I move to discharge the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget from further consideration of this item in order for us to discuss it tonight. May I have a second? Director Herndon.
Second.
Could you call the roll, please, Dr. Mann?
On Director Peterson's motion, seconded by Director Herndon, on the motion to discharge the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget for further consideration of this resolution, 2223R-7, in order for the board to discuss this item tonight. The motion is read into record. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
And President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Very
This
good.
item is before the board.
Great. Are there any public people testimony requests?
Yes, we do have individuals on the platform prepared to speak on this item. Would you like to go to public testimony?
Unless there's an objection from the committee, I'd prefer to go to them. They've waited long enough, I think. Okay, please.
Noted. The first speaker that we have on the platform is Rachel Markin. Please state your name and spell your last before beginning.
My name is Rachel Markin, M-A-R-K-E-N.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Rachel Markin, and I want to thank you all for allowing me time this evening, finally, to speak on Resolution 2223R, uniting with the city and county to meet the IPCC climate justice target. On behalf of myself and members of Northside Rising, we support this resolution. This resolution will help MPS to create future stewards of the community and our environment. I feel that offering training for well-paying green economy jobs is an effective way to create meaningful goals and employment pathways for MPS students of color, more marginalized students, disadvantaged students, and female-presenting students. These green economy opportunities can help intercept the school-to-prison pipeline and give young adults a positive direction and vocational outlet. I also support the plan to seek out federal and state resources and funding to benefit MPS with equitable climate transitions. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we did another individual who registered to speak but has flat.
Okay.
I will watch while speaking.
Hey, I'm going to ask Director Herndon to make comments first, and then I'll make a few comments, and we'll then ask the administration to comment. Director Herndon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm excited about Resolution 2223R-007, as much of the community is as well. The premise of this is to put ourselves in position to join forces with our other local governmental agencies, specifically Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee, and Milwaukee County. And what is this about? It's about climate justice. What is a climate justice? That is doing the things that are ignored for the least in our communities, those that have the least, the underprivileged populations. In terms of our schools, it's about our schools being mostly between 75 to 100 years old. Most of them lack HVAC systems. Our students don't get exposed to those industries. And what we want to do is have permission to join forces with the city government and the county as they are participants in what's called the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Justice or Climate Change, I'm sorry. So that's what we want to do with this resolution, is to put ourselves in position to get these grants, because I know funding is always upmost in everyone's mind. And in this case, that's what we want to be in position to apply for, and really go after it with grant writing, top-notch grant writers to obtain these funds. And what we want to do in the end is use our schools, if we were to get the funding, be able to use our schools as the teaching mechanism. And what I mean by that is, if we had the grants to say, take one school and convert it to a green and reduce the greenhouse emissions that many of our schools are guilty of, the contractors working in there, our students would see them. They would get exposed to these professions. Those professions are the real professions of tomorrow, because we cannot ignore climate change, global warming, and we're all suffering through this heat worldwide. So they would get exposed to those. There's the potential that the students could be part of a training program that would be developed to help them develop skills in those areas. Another thing would be for elementary school students, they could be exposed because they're seeing the work being done, and hopefully they're seeing people that look like them. And I'm only hitting the surface of the benefit of this program, and I would hope that the community will hear more about it as we move forward with our enhanced communications programming. And we've got a lot of work to do in the interim. And I look forward to the board supporting us on that, and the district as a whole.
Thank you very much, Director Herndon. You said things so eloquently, I will not spend much time saying more than I think anybody who is paying attention to what's going on this planet knows that every year of delay is going to cause more and more problems for our future generation. The children that are our 3 and 4-year-olds, we just talked about our Head Start students, when they're 25, this planet could look much, much different. And it depends on those of us who are in positions of decision making and positions of leadership at the level like we are here at the school board, to speak up and stand for preserving the planet to the best of our ability for the generations that come after us. I would now ask the administration if they wish to make a comment.
President Peterson and members of the board, this evening we are reviewing Resolution 222-3R-007 regarding climate justice targets. To share out on this information, I have with me this evening Martha Kreisman, Chief Financial Officer, Sean Kane, also Director of Facilities and Maintenance, and David Solifarfaric, Senior Director of Transportation Services. And we'll start off with Sean.
Thank you, Dr. Posley. Good evening, President Peterson, members of the board. Sean Kane, Senior Director of Facilities and Maintenance Services. As the administration, we're definitely in full support of this resolution. And we're looking forward to working with other teams and agencies to cut greenhouse gases and reducing carbon emissions. It'll also allow us to further collaborate with our other partners and other government agencies, as Director Herndon indicated, like the city and the county. At this time, I'd like to point out a few previous accomplishments through facilities and maintenance services that align with this proposed resolution. First, MPS has partnered with the city and Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District to secure grant funding for green infrastructure projects and to reconstruct 14 schoolyards to capture water runoff and reduce overflow into the stormwater system. Next, there are 5 schools with solar panels that tie into the electrical service and 1 school that has solar panels that tie into the hot water heating system. The panel array is relatively small at each site with 10 kilowatt per school, but it does present an opportunity to utilize an alternative energy source in an educational program for students to learn and potentially gain interest in the future career with related fields. Lastly, we've had energy conservation projects that include major lighting replacement in corridors, gyms, and auditorium. Almost all the high schools had their corridor systems replaced. These projects continue to lower utility bills and to provide a better learning environment for staff and students. From the facility side, these accomplishments are gold stars for the district, and our team hopes to continue to grow with these efforts. There are other accomplishments to highlight, but I wanted to point out some efforts that have been completed. That concludes my briefing, and now I'll turn it over to Mr. Solik-Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Director Kane. Director Peterson, members of the board, David Solik-Pfeiffer, Director of Business and Transportation Services. Pupil Transportation Services is very excited to announce our partnership with a local school bus contractor to submit our joint application for the 2022 EPA Clean School Bus Program. The Clean School Bus Program is part of the bipartisan infrastructure law passed by Congress in November of 2021. And this law provides approximately $5 billion over 5 years for the replacement of existing school buses with clean and zero emission school buses. These new bus replacements will produce either zero or low tailpipe emission. Zero and low emission buses result obviously in cleaner air in and around the school bus and in the communities for which they operate. Wave 1 of the program includes $500 million that are going to be available for the 2022 school bus rebate. The award selection is by lottery, with at least 1 awardee in each state and with priority given to high-need school districts. School districts themselves must apply and can only submit 1 application to replace up to 25 school buses. EPI will not fund multiple applications that serve the same school district. Contractors cannot apply, but the school districts we contract with can apply, hence the partnership. School districts would then give the rebate to contractors to facilitate this replacement, with the understanding that those school buses must service the school district for a minimum of 5 years. In addition to that, the EPA is offering up to $20,000 per bus for infrastructure modifications. And basically that allows us to further stimulate that environment for future years as these lots get basically retrofitted or upgraded to support either electric school bus or other zero emission transportation options. The application process remains open until August 19th. At that point, we're going to submit our application. Those are reviewed in September. The awards will be announced in October, and effectively by February to April of 2023, purchase orders must be facilitated. So it's going to move pretty quickly, and then that process would close out by 2024. And of course, Wave 2 then is going to be implemented for further potential opportunities for the district. This is in fact in line with prior initiatives that the Pupil Transportation Department has done in the past. The first I'll just announce is obviously reducing our carbon footprint with a 3-tier school bus model. Obviously, less buses means less emissions. And we did, in addition to moving from a 2 to a 3-tier system, reduce effectively over 100 to 150 buses out of our school bus fleet. The second part is we currently have been operating with an anti-idling policy for the district for over a decade, which does require us to kind of monitor and maintain those buses being turned off when they're in schools waiting for pupils to be loaded onto those school buses. Of course, we're very excited for this and hope to get information within the next couple months to share with the board. At this time, this is the end of my information.
Thank you. And I wanted to just point out that and compliment what's been done both in the facilities and in transportation. 2 years ago in February, we passed the first climate justice resolution called "The House is on Fire," and that had two aspects: a curricular aspect and also a sustainability aspect. And there has been meetings regularly, and I know they'll continue in the district, to do further planning and work outreach and construction and grant writing, like we just described. The only other thing I'll mention that just recently the board funded and a teacher was hired to be the climate justice instructional coach, and that person will be working in the Department of Curriculum Instruction and trying to make some of these connections that were referred to between by Director Herndon and the notion of people learning as we make these transformations in our schools, whether it's solar paneling or greening the playgrounds or getting electric buses. I think we're on the right step. We're going in the right direction. So thank you very much. Other comments by the board members? Anyone? I believe we need a motion to support this. Director Simpson.
Yeah, thank you so much to Director Peterson and Director Herndon for bringing this forward. It's a critical piece of our MPS program that's so important to our students. And as you've said, it's a worldwide issue, a crisis that we're in. So these are some great resources to present to our students. So thank you very much for bringing this forward to both of you. And with that, I'd like to move approval of this resolution.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Director Garcia. Did you second it?
She's muted.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, could you please call the roll?
On Director Simpson's motion, seconded by Director Garcia, to move approval of the resolution 2223R-07 by Directors Peterson and Herndon regarding climate justice targets as attached to this item. Director Park.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
And President Peterson.
Aye.
7.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 6, action on monthly finance authorization to make purchases, the report on change orders in excess of $25,000, the acceptance of the report on revenues and expenses, the monthly expenditure control report, the report on school funds transfers, the report on contract under $50,000 in cumulative totals, the report on monthly grant awards, the acceptance donation. The recommendation is that the board 1, authorize the purchases, and 2, accept the donations as listed in the attachment to this item with appropriate acknowledgements to be made on behalf of the board.
Will the administration please present the item?
President Peterson and members of the board, this evening we're asking for your approval of monthly financial matters before you. It should be noted, this item includes purchases for reading, writing, and science software and materials, and various annual license or renewals for Enterprise Systems. Martha Kreisman is here with me this evening, as well as Janina Dumchak. And between the three of us, we are able to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make any comments or ask questions? I see no hands raised. What's the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director Herndon.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the recommendation of administration.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Director Simpson has seconded. Any other discussion on the part of the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Mr. President, we have no request for public testimony on this item. On Director Herndon's motion, seconded by Director Simpson, which moves approval of the monthly finance matter at the administration's recommendation. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
And President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 7 passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Next item is item number 7, which is action on the award of professional services contract. The recommendation is that the board authorize the professional services contract as set forth in the attachment to this item.
Will administration please present the item?
President Peterson and members of the board, this evening we're asking for your approval of the professional services contracts before you. Janina Dumchak is here with me this evening. And between the two of us, we can answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make any comments or ask any questions? Are there any members of the public that wish to make comments, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, we have a request for public item.
So what's the pleasure of the board? Could I get a motion? Director Simpson.
I move approval of administration's recommendation.
How about a second for
Second.
somebody? Director Garcia seconded it. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
On Director Simpson's motion, seconded by Director Garcia, which moves approval of the administration's recommendation relative to the award of professional services contract. We have Director O'Halloran.
I know the item is already before us and a motion has been made, but I wish to recuse myself from this.
So noted.
Oh.
Chair.
Madam Secretary, can you take the roll?
On Director Simpson's motion, seconded by Director Garcia, relative to the award of professional services contract as recommended by the administration. So noted that Director O'Halloran wishes to recuse herself from consideration. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
And President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, the motion passes, 6 ayes and 1 recusal.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 8, which is action on the award of professional services contract related to transportation. The recommendation is that the board authorize the contract set forth in the attachments to this item.
Will the administration please present the item?
President Peterson and members of the board, we are asking for your approval of the professional services contracts related to transportation that is before you. Janina Dumchak and David Solifar-Farrick is here with me this evening, and we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have regarding this item. Thank you.
Do board members have any questions or comments? Director Leonard.
Yeah, just one question, and this is sort of all right. I have had a lot of requests from parents at the late schools hoping that something could be adjusted, especially for the K-8 schools that are late schools. With the new busing contractor, is there any way that we can reduce the number of late schools, or is that just logistically not even feasible?
Administration.
Director Leonard, President Peterson, members of the board. Logistically, it's just not feasible. And I'll explain a little bit more. Right now, there's a distribution that should be 33, 33, 33 across the 3 tiers. We're probably the lowest volume of transportation is on the 3rd tier. And what I guess my ask is that we allow the new contractor to come in, bring their 60 to 80 buses. We kind of spread out the transportation system the way it should have been spread out. And we see a noticeable improvements in the level of services because our supply has begun to match our demand. And so I just want to point out that the post-COVID year, a good product of the challenges were because of the driver shortages that we experienced, not so much because of the Bell schedule itself. So we just had less buses in circulation, so everything was just crunched. As we spread that out, the delays should work themselves out as well.
Dr. Leonard, follow.
Yeah, just sort of a comment. So I understand that, and I'm going to sort of just keep an eye on it. I hope that maybe, I don't know, I would love to have a chance to actually talk with some of those parents with you. I know it's asking a lot, but I do see some schools that are very late, but I'm hoping that that does reduce that. I think the real problem is that some of these students are getting home at a very late hour, and that's where the problem is coming. So just a comment, and I'll get back to you. I would not do this in public. I apologize. There'll be something where I will call you, and we'll see if you can possibly set something up, if you don't mind.
Administration.
President Peterson and members of the board will be happy to comment.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Secretary?
We have no request for public testimony.
Are there any other questions or comments by board members? Seeing none, could I ask somebody to make a motion? Dr. Simpson. Thank you.
You're welcome. I move approval of administration's recommendation on this item.
And Director Herndon, I saw your hand go up.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will the secretary please call that roll?
Director Simpson's motion, seconded by Director Herndon, relative to the award of professional services contract. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
And President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 9, which is action on the award of exception to bid request. The exceptions are being requested for various reasons for these contracts. The majority of them are for continuity of services. One is for one-of-a-kind service continuation. And there is one actually for an emergency purpose, and that is for staff. So the recommendation is that the board authorize the bid request set forth in the attachments to this item.
Will the administration please present the item?
President Peterson and members of the board, we are asking for your approval for the exception to bid contract. Janita Domchek is here with me this evening, and we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Do board members wish to make any comments or ask questions? Madam Secretary, is there any public testimony for this item?
Mr. Chair, we have no request for public testimony.
Okay, seeing no comments, I'm going to ask for somebody to make a motion on this item.
We have Director O'Halloran in the queue.
Director O'Halloran.
I move that we approve administration's recommendations regarding the exception to bid requests as set forth in the attachments to the item.
Thank you. Could I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Director Garcia seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
Director O'Halloran, seconded by Director Garcia, is read into the record. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Humphrey.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
And President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. Pass.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 10. Action on a request to waive administrative policy 3.099E to enter into contract for textbooks and instructional materials. The recommendation is that the board authorize the request to waive the policy and enter into the contract set forth in the attachments to this item.
Will the administration please present the item?
President Peterson and members of the board, this evening we're asking for your approval of the item to enter into a contract for textbooks and instructional material. I have Janina Dumchak with me, and between the two of us, we can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. I have one question. Could you just describe the textbooks that this is relative to?
President Peterson, members of the board, Gina Domchik, Director of Procurement and Risk Management. These textbooks will be for social studies, high school citizenship, U.S. history, and world history, as well as instructional materials for the same.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments about this item? Was there any public demands to comment on this item, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, we have.
Okay, then if there's no other comments, do I have a motion from someone on this board? Director Simpson.
Thank you. I move to accept administration's recommendation to authorize the request to waive administrative policy 3.09, parent 9, parent E. Dr. Mann can correct me if I'm wrong on that, and enter into contract as set forth in the attachments to this item.
Thank you. Well put.
Please state.
Do we have a second? Director O'Halloran.
A second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
Director Simpson is read into the record, seconded by Director O'Halloran for approval. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
And President.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. Pass.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 11, and that is action on the monthly facilities matter. The FMS awards of material purchases and the emergency purchase recommendation. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached material purchase and emergency purchase contract as presented in the attachments to this item.
Will the administration please present the item?
President Peterson and members of the board, we are asking for your approval of the monthly facilities matters as it relates to contracts and materials purchased and emergency purchases recommendation. Sean Kane is here with me this evening, and together we can answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who wish to make comments, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, we have no request for public testimony.
Okay, any board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Leonard.
Yes, just are there more natural landscape type bollards or ballards? I don't know how to say the word for, or is that just too cost prohibitive? I see what they're putting up, and I was hoping that we would be more aesthetically pleasing, I guess, to be honest with you.
Administration.
President Peterson, Director Leonard, members of the board, Sean Kane, Senior Director of Facilities Maintenance Services. Part of the purchase that we are making, they are more decorative concrete bollards. They're about 2 feet in diameter and 2 feet high. They're round. The units are two-tone color. They are something, very neutral. They resemble a lot of their buildings throughout. So yes, we are once we do receive those, we are replacing the fence posts that have been installed along the property lines. But until we do receive those, we are leaving them in place because we are concerned for the safety of our.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran.
I move we accept administration's recommendation and approve the attached material purchase and report of emergency contract.
Very good. Do I have a second? Director Leonard beat Director Herndon out by a fraction of a second. So Director Leonard, can you just state it?
I second that.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Director Leonard, as she read into the record relative to the facilities. Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Seams?
Aye.
And President Peterson.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. Motion passed.
Madam Secretary, could you tell us the next item, please?
The next item is item 12, action on a request for adoption of a resolution under section 119.25 of the Wisconsin statutes to delegate the board's expulsion authority to the independent officer. The recommendation is that the board adopt the following resolution. The resolved portions of the resolution reads as follows. Resolved that for the 22-23 school year, student expulsions from the Milwaukee Public Schools shall be ordered by an independent hearing officer, and be it further resolved that the administration implement the behavior reassignment option whenever possible, and be it further resolved that the same due process procedures as were used in the 21-22 school year be followed when hearing all cases of student expulsion, and be it further resolved that the independent hearing officer may impose one or more early reinstatement conditions under which a student who is expelled from school may be reinstated to school before the end of his or her expulsion. The reinstatement conditions may be a condition of a student is required to meet before he or she may be granted reinstatement, or a condition that the pupil is required to meet after his or her early reinstatement. The early reinstatement conditions must be related to the reasons for the student's expulsion and be stated in the expulsion order. And be it further resolved that the independent hearing officer is in all expulsion cases provide educational services to expel students at an MPS alternative or partnership school or online academic support. And be it further resolved that the expelled students shall be reinstated by the Milwaukee Public Schools through the Department of Student Services in the manner described herein.
Will
The recommendation is that the board adopt the resolution.
Will the administration please present the item?
President Peterson and members of the board, we're requesting your authorization to continue in the independent hearing officer model for the 2022-2023 school year. In alignment with state statute, adopting the resolution before you will provide such authorization. At this time, we're happy to entertain any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
I have one question that I'll start off with. Is there any planning or relationship to restorative practices as students get reassigned reassigned to the schools, in terms of working with the restorative justice pattern of repairing harm.
President Peterson, members of the board, Matthew Boswell, Senior Director, Department of Student Services. An independent hearing officer can assign any program or process for a student to be returned to a school. In particular, I have not seen that type of assignment in terms of related to restorative practices. That is usually a practice that takes place prior to students being expelled or alternative resource that's used prior to that process. However, an independent hearing officer has the right to put in the order whatever they feel is necessary for the student to be successful.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions that board members would like to make? I see Mr. Chasen has his hand up. Mr. Chasen, you may speak.
Thank you, President Peterson. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. The first attachment to the item, the data there suggests that of the 169 expulsion cases that the independent hearing officers heard, each one resulted in an expulsion for a total of 169. My understanding is that state law compels us on some circumstances to expel a student. I think that's generally related to the possession of a firearm. What is not clear from this data is how many of the expulsions remaining done by the independent hearing officers fall into more of a discretionary category. I wonder if the administration can provide some detail on that.
Administration.
President Peterson, members of the board, Matthew Bowser, Senior Director, Department of Student Services. If you look at attachment page 1 of 6, if this is in terms of what Mr. Chasen is referring to, it does provide the breakdown in terms of age. If you look at 2 of 6, it provides the breakdown in comparison to the conduct associated with such expulsion. It breaks down the number and it breaks down the percentage. So in terms of whatever the kid was or the student was expelled for, it details that offense. However, you do have things that are detailed as other conduct, so on and so forth. So that is the way it has always been reported. If the board is directing administration to source it out in any different format, we'd be more than happy to do that, as well as dig into whatever conduct is detailed as and get that to the board.
Any follow-up?
Thank you, Chair Peterson. Yeah, the consideration here was simply that if 169 expulsion cases are heard and 169 are the result, it feels perfunctory. And to the extent that whatever discretion is being afforded in the process, having be able to see that in the detailed data might be helpful. But that's my perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for the administration? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just for a matter of clarity, understanding Mr. Chase's question, I believe the administration at some point provides data on the number of expulsions that are expulsion referrals, right? So when you think about the number of individuals that are heard by the independent hearing officers, there's a larger number that did not go to the independent officer, that where there were some services provided in the middle. So maybe if there was information presented on the number of referrals versus the number of cases actually heard by the independent officers, it would paint a better picture as to what and the severity of the cases.
Right. Could I ask the administration to think that that could be pulled together?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. So at this point, I would like a motion on this matter.
And just for the listening audience, because there was a lot of discussion, this is for the board to continue to allow the independent hearing officers to review expulsion.
Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. I move that we adopt administration's recommendation with regard to independent hearing officers handling expulsion cases.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Director Herndon seconds it.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Director Herndon, to adopt a resolution relative to the authority of the hearing officers. Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Simpson?
Aye.
And President Peterson?
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. The motion passed.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 13, which is the report of the board's delegates. As there are no reports from the delegates to the District Advisory Council, Head Start Policy Council, PISA One, and the Milwaukee Educational Partnership, as well as the Wisconsin Association of School Boards, as most of the organizations and committees do not meet in July. The next report before you is the report of the board's delegate to the library board.
Hey. Director Simpson.
That's me. Yep, the report's before you. Reach out if you have any questions, please.
Madam Secretary, next item.
Next item is item 14, the monthly report of the president of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
That item is before you, that report's before you, and please ask any questions you want after you look at it. Madam Secretary, are there any other items of unfinished business?
Mr. President, this month we have no items of unfinished business, no items of new business for referral, no communications for referral, and no resolutions for referral this month.
Darn. Next item then.
Then, Mr. President, that was the last item on tonight's agenda.
So I thought, there being no further business before the board, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, board members and administration.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Drive safe.